So, time for more Tom and Ben madness.
Turn your attention toward this duel.
Ladies and gentlemen, please turn your attention toward this duel.
Ladies and gentlemen, please turn your attention toward this duel.
Ladies and gentlemen, please turn your attention toward this duel.
Ladies and gentlemen, please turn your attention toward this duel.
Ladies and gentlemen, please turn your attention toward this duel.
Ladies and gentlemen, please turn your attention toward this duel.
Ladies and gentlemen, please turn your attention toward this duel.
Ladies and gentlemen, please turn your attention toward this duel.
Ladies and gentlemen, please turn your attention toward this duel.
Ladies and gentlemen, please turn your attention toward this duel.
Ladies and gentlemen, please turn your attention toward this duel.
Ladies and gentlemen, please turn your attention toward this duel.
Ladies and gentlemen, please turn your attention toward this duel.
Ladies and gentlemen, please turn your attention toward this duel.
Ladies and gentlemen, please turn your attention toward this duel.
Ladies and gentlemen, please turn your attention toward this duel.
Ladies and gentlemen, please turn your attention toward this duel.
Ladies and gentlemen, please turn your attention toward this duel.
Ladies and gentlemen, please turn your attention toward this duel.
Ladies and gentlemen, please turn your attention toward this duel.
Ladies and gentlemen, please turn your attention toward this duel.
Ladies and gentlemen, please turn your attention toward this duel.
Ladies and gentlemen, please turn your attention toward this duel.
Ladies and gentlemen, please turn your attention toward this duel.
Ladies and gentlemen, please turn your attention toward this duel.
Ladies and gentlemen, please turn your attention toward this duel.
Ladies and gentlemen, please turn your attention toward this duel.
Ladies and gentlemen, please turn your attention toward this duel.
Ladies and gentlemen, please turn your attention toward this duel.
Ladies and gentlemen, please turn your attention toward this duel.
Ladies and gentlemen, please turn your attention toward this duel.
Ladies and gentlemen, please turn your attention toward this duel.
Ladies and gentlemen, please turn your attention toward this duel.
Ladies and gentlemen, please turn your attention toward this duel.
Ladies and gentlemen, please turn your attention toward this duel.
Ladies and gentlemen,
Ladies and gentlemen, please turn your attention toward this duel.
Ladies and gentlemen, please turn your attention toward this duel.
Ladies and gentlemen, please turn your attention toward this duel.
Ladies and gentlemen, please turn your attention toward this duel.
Ladies and gentlemen, please turn your attention toward this duel.
Ladies and gentlemen, please turn your attention toward this duel.
Ladies and gentlemen, please turn your attention toward this duel.
Ladies and gentlemen, please turn your attention toward this duel.
Ladies and gentlemen, please turn your attention toward this duel.
Ladies and gentlemen, please turn your attention toward this duel.
Ladies and gentlemen, please turn your attention toward this duel.
Ladies and gentlemen, please turn your attention toward this duel.
Ladies and gentlemen, please turn your attention toward this duel.
Ladies and gentlemen, please turn your attention toward this duel.
Ladies and gentlemen, please turn your attention toward this duel.
Ladies and gentlemen, please turn your attention toward this duel.
Ladies and gentlemen, please turn your attention toward this duel.
Ladies and gentlemen, please turn your attention toward this duel.
Ladies and gentlemen, please turn your attention toward this duel.
Ladies and gentlemen, please turn your attention toward this duel.
Ladies and gentlemen, please turn your attention toward this duel.
Ladies and gentlemen, please turn your attention toward this duel.
Ladies and gentlemen, please turn your attention toward this duel.
Ladies and gentlemen, please turn your attention toward this duel.
Ladies and gentlemen, please turn your attention toward this duel.
Ladies and gentlemen, please turn your attention toward this duel.
Ladies and gentlemen, please turn your attention toward this duel.
Ladies and gentlemen, please turn your attention toward this duel.
Ladies and gentlemen, please turn your attention toward this duel.
Ladies and gentlemen, please turn your attention toward this duel.
Ladies and gentlemen, please turn your attention toward this duel.
Ladies and gentlemen, please turn your attention toward this duel.
Ladies and gentlemen, please turn your attention toward this duel.
Ladies and gentlemen, please turn your attention toward this duel.
Ladies and gentlemen, please turn your attention toward this duel.
Ladies and gentlemen, please turn your attention toward this duel.
Ladies and gentlemen, please turn your attention toward this duel.
Ladies and gentlemen, please turn your attention toward this duel.
Actually, let's see if we can find a different one. Is this it?
You've come prepared.
Okay, yes, this is it.
I hope you've come prepared, because it's time to do.
I hope you come prepared, because it's time to duel.
I hope you've come prepared, because it's time to do.
I hope you've come prepared, because it's time to duel.
I hope you've come prepared, because it's time to do.
I hope you've come prepared, because it's time to duel.
I hope you've come prepared, because it's time to do.
I hope you've come prepared, because it's time to duel.
I hope you've come prepared, because it's time to do.
I hope you've come prepared, because it's time to duel.
I hope you've come prepared, because it's time to do.
I hope you've come prepared, because it's time to duel.
I hope you've come prepared, because it's time to do.
I hope you've come prepared, because it's time to duel.
I hope you've come prepared, because it's time to do.
I hope you've come prepared, because it's time to duel.
I hope you've come prepared, because it's time to do.
I hope you've come prepared, because it's time to duel.
I hope you've come prepared, because it's time to do.
I hope you've come prepared, because it's time to duel.
I hope you've come prepared, because it's time to do.
I hope you've come prepared, because it's time to duel.
I hope you've come prepared, because it's time to do.
I hope you've come prepared, because it's time to duel.
I hope you've come prepared, because it's time to do.
I hope you've come prepared, because it's time to duel.
I hope you've come prepared, because it's time to do.
I hope you've come prepared, because it's time to duel.
I hope you've come prepared, because it's time to do.
I hope you've come prepared, because it's time to duel.
I hope you've come prepared, because it's time to do.
I hope you've come prepared, because it's time to duel.
I hope you've come prepared, because it's time to do.
I hope you've come prepared, because it's time to duel.
I hope you've come prepared, because it's time to do.
I hope you've come prepared, because it's time to duel.
I hope you've come prepared, because it's time to do.
I hope you've come prepared, because it's time to duel.
I hope you've come prepared, because it's time to do.
I hope you've come prepared, because it's time to duel.
I hope you've come prepared, because it's time to do.
I hope you've Because it's time to duel.
I hope you've come prepared, because it's time to duel.
Hope you come prepared, because it's time to duel.
I hope you've come prepared, because it's time to duel.
I hope you've come prepared, because it's time to duel.
I hope you've come prepared, because it's time to duel.
I hope you've come prepared, because it's time to duel.
I hope you've come prepared, because it's time to duel.
I hope you've come prepared, because it's time to duel.
I hope you've come prepared, because it's time to duel.
I hope you've come prepared, because it's time to duel.
I hope you've come prepared, because it's time to duel.
I hope you've come prepared, because it's time to duel.
I hope you've come prepared, because it's time to duel.
I hope you've come prepared, because it's time to duel.
I hope you've come prepared, because it's time to duel.
I hope you've come prepared, because it's time to duel.
I hope you've come prepared, because it's time to duel.
I hope you've come prepared, because it's time to duel.
I hope you've come prepared, because it's time to duel.
I hope you've come prepared, because it's time to duel.
I hope you've come prepared, because it's time to duel.
I hope you've come prepared, because it's time to duel.
I hope you've come prepared, because it's time to duel.
I hope you've come prepared, because it's time to duel.
I hope you've come prepared, because it's time to duel.
I hope you've come prepared, because it's time to duel.
I hope you've come prepared, because it's time to duel.
I hope you've come prepared, because it's time to duel.
I hope you've come prepared, because it's time to duel.
I hope you've come prepared, because it's time to duel.
I hope you've come prepared, because it's time to duel.
I hope you've come prepared, because it's time to duel.
I hope you've come prepared, because it's time to duel.
I hope you've come prepared, because it's time to duel.
I hope you've come prepared, because it's time to duel.
I hope you've come prepared, because it's time to duel.
I hope you've come prepared, because it's time to duel.
I hope you've come prepared, because it's time to duel.
I hope you've come prepared, because it's time to duel.
I hope you've come prepared, because it's time to duel.
I hope you've come prepared, because it's time to duel.
I hope you've come prepared, because it's time to duel.
I hope you've come prepared, because it's time to duel.
I hope you've come prepared, because it's time to duel.
I hope you've come prepared, because it's time to duel.
I hope you've come prepared, because it's time to duel.
I hope you've come prepared, because it's time to duel.
I hope you've come prepared, because it's time to duel.
I hope you've come prepared, because it's time to duel.
I hope you've come prepared, because it's time to duel.
I hope you've come prepared, because it's time to duel.
I hope you've come prepared, because it's time to duel.
I hope you've come prepared, because it's time to duel.
I hope you've come prepared, because it's time to duel.
I hope you've come prepared, because it's time to duel.
I hope you've come prepared, because it's time to duel.
I hope you've come prepared, because it's time to duel.
I hope you've come prepared, because it's time to duel.
I hope you've come prepared, because it's time to duel.
I hope you've come prepared, because it's time to duel.
I hope you've come prepared, because it's time to duel.
I hope you've come prepared, because it's time to duel.
I hope you've come prepared, because it's time to duel.
I hope you've come prepared, because it's time to duel.
I hope you've come prepared, because it's time to duel.
I hope you've come prepared, because it's time to duel.
I hope you've come prepared, because it's time to duel.
I hope you've come prepared, because it's time to duel.
I hope you've come prepared, because it's time to duel.
I hope you've come prepared, because it's time to duel.
I hope you've come prepared, because it's time to duel.
I hope you've come prepared, because it's time to duel.
I hope you've come prepared, because it's time to duel.
I hope you've come prepared, because it's time to duel.
I hope you've come prepared, because it's time to duel.
I hope you've come prepared, because it's time to duel.
I hope you've come prepared, because it's time to duel. I hope you've come prepared, because it's time to duel.
I hope you've come prepared, because it's time to duel.
I hope you've come prepared, because it's time to duel.
I hope you've come prepared, because it's time to duel.
I hope you've come prepared, because it's time to duel.
I hope you've come prepared, because it's time to duel.
I hope you've come prepared, because it's time to duel.
I hope you've come prepared, because it's time to duel.
I hope you've come prepared, because it's time to duel.
I hope you've come prepared, because it's time to duel.
I hope you've come prepared, because it's time to duel.
I hope you've come prepared, because it's time to duel.
I hope you've come prepared, because it's time to duel.
I hope you've come prepared, because it's time to duel.
I hope you've come prepared, because it's time to duel.
I hope you've come prepared, because it's time to duel.
I hope you've come prepared, because it's time to duel.
I hope you've come prepared, because it's time to duel.
I hope you've come prepared, because it's time to duel.
I hope you've come prepared, because it's time to duel.
I hope you've come prepared, because it's time to duel.
I hope you've come prepared, because it's time to duel.
I hope you've come prepared, because it's time to duel. I hope you've come prepared, because it's time to duel.
I hope you've come prepared, because it's time to duel.
I hope you've come prepared, because it's time to duel.
I hope you've come prepared, because it's time to duel.
I hope you've come prepared, because it's time to duel.
I hope you've come prepared, because it's time to duel.
I hope you've come prepared, because it's time to duel.
I hope you've come prepared, because it's time to duel.
I hope you've come prepared, because it's time to duel.
I hope you've come prepared, because it's time to duel.
I hope you've come prepared, because it's time to duel.
I hope you've come prepared, because it's time to duel.
I hope you've come prepared, because it's time to duel.
I hope you've come prepared, because it's time to duel.
I hope you've come prepared, because it's time to duel.
I hope you've come prepared, because it's time to duel.
I hope you've come prepared, because it's time to duel.
I hope you've come prepared, because it's time to duel.
I hope you've come prepared, because it's time to duel.
I hope you've come prepared, because it's time to duel.
I hope you've come prepared, because it's time to duel.
I hope you've come prepared, because it's time to duel.
I hope you've come prepared, because it's time to duel.
I hope you've come prepared, because it's time to duel.
I hope you've come prepared, because it's time to duel.
I hope you've come prepared, because it's time to duel.
I hope you've come prepared, because it's time to duel.
I hope you've come prepared, because it's time to duel.
I hope you've come prepared, because it's time to duel.
I hope you've come prepared, because it's time to duel.
I hope you've come prepared, because it's time to duel.
I hope you've come prepared, because it's time to duel.
I hope you've come prepared, because it's time
my gosh. That's just as great as it is.
That's just as great.
Okay. Let me go ahead and set this back to how it was before. Let me move all this stuff over. And start to shift all this stuff back to where they were. All right. Well, that is this week's episode of The Floor. And we are going to get back to our we're going to get back to our duel against Yuma here in just a bit. But before we do that, I have a couple of things that we got to get taken, actually 3 things rather, to get taken care of before we do that. And the first thing is the word game from today. So this is the first thing, is the word game. So, let's see. So those are the letters. Now let's see if I can try to come up with a word. Let's see. Palmoid? Let's see if autocorrection can correct. Displaying Unicode spelling. Yeah. Okay. Let's try POLDAIM. Maidlop. Played. Played. Mod Pail. Mod Pail. LPIM. LPIMOD. PILODMA. Mad LIOP. Mad Loip. Loip. That's a crazy word. DIAOPIM. One moment. Alright, let's continue with this. Like I said, so we're going to finish up the word game. And then I have something else to announce before we get back to our before we get back to our duel against Yuma, I want to still have Lombard playing too. I almost forgot about that. Yeah, I almost totally forgot. Alright, let's try Lap. DOIM. Lapdoim. This has been a tough word. MOPDAIL. Let's see if this can autocorrect. Yeah, none of these even use the letters. These letters make one word. You must use all the letters in your answer. Exactly. That's exactly how the WMBS word game works. How about DOM? Damp oil. Damp oil. We're getting close. It's just damp oil is 2 words. Close enough. Okay. So, there we go. That is the WMBS word game for this week. Alright, so I've got the 11 virtual machine queued up here. All right. Now, before we as I said, before we resume our duel here against Yuma, actually, I should bring Lombard over, and I'll just turn it off so I can speak. Okay. So before we continue our duel against Yuma, I do have some announcements to make regarding tomorrow. And unfortunately, these have come up on such short notice. So, as far as I have been told, this could actually be the last night I'm going to be, here for this stay. Now, I didn't want it to end this way. I mean, it just came up all on such short notice. It's what's been going on. It's getting worse, and at this point, I don't know what the future's going to mean for, if I will ever get another opportunity to stay here again. But honestly, that's kind of that's kind of a shame. But I don't want to go too far. I don't want to go too detailed as to what's going on, but all I'm just going to say is, yeah, behind the scenes, somewhere else, it's not looking too good. It is not looking good at all. So, as such, I am going to announce some changes here for tomorrow's programming, and probably our operations as a whole. So, here is what is likely going to end up happening. So here's what's going to likely end up happening. Here's what will likely end up happening. Tomorrow. And I believe this is going to be a very likely case as far as I've been told. Tomorrow, all of our services, well, the 2 of our services that are active right now, WPL DIP and Plainfield TV, will both be off the air. However, just like we had planned originally on Saturday with, Rochelle, just like we had planned with Rochelle originally before the plans were switched around, this isn't going to be an ordinary downtime. This is going to be more of extended because this is going to be conflicting with something else, and that's going to prolong our return. Now, as far as I understand, this is very likely going to go through the time when we normally start backyard baseball. So, with this being the case, currently I have 2 possibilities with how we're going to, make up that show. So here are the current possibilities, the current options for the moment. The first possibility is we could still do backyard baseball on Thursday. However, we will be starting it much later than we normally do. Now, this is for in some way almost identical to how it played out when I had a Thursday night class. Was it in the fall of 2025? Was it fall 2025 or was it early spring 2026? I can't remember exactly, but it was either of those two times. But you get the idea. So, as such, it's very likely then that we could be starting backyard baseball much later than we normally do. So normally we start the thing at 5. However, it's very likely we're going to be starting the game much sooner, much later. Much later. So I'm thinking either 8 p.m., 9 p.m., either 8 or 9. It's very likely that around that time we'll start running the backyard baseball game. So we'll run the game at that time. However, if those times are not possible, then I will push the backyard baseball game back to push it further by a day. So meaning we'll do 2 streams on Friday, 2 live programs. The first being backyard baseball. We'll still do it at its usual time. So we'll start backyard baseball at 5. We'll push it back a day. So we would do backyard baseball at 5 p.m. as we normally do. Then the Friday Fun Night show, as we normally do, will then immediately follow. Well, it won't immediately follow, but it will follow half an hour later. So to put this into context, backyard baseball will start at 5. The Friday Fun Night show will follow after Wheel of Fortune finishes. So, means 7 p.m. So, usually backyard baseball takes about an hour and a half to complete in terms of, a full game. So, an hour and a half for backyard baseball if we started at 5. 7 p.m., the Friday Fun Night show would then begin. So, I would say it wouldn't really start immediately after, but at least there would just be, sort of a gap in between, a little bit of a gap in between the two. So that would give me enough time to prepare to transition from backyard baseball to Friday Fun Night. But other than that, everything else afterward is still going to change. Even if we don't get to do the weekend fun and games show here, we're still going to be able to do it from home as we have been. But yeah, I am a little disappointed that this came up on such short notice, but of course we're working on making adjustments to our schedule and whatnot so we can make everything manageable. But of course I do understand that there's that small slight risk for Colorado tomorrow, but at least for our operations, yeah, I'm not concerned about that as of yet. As of right now, because it's a small slight risk. So, if this would be a day for some kind of downtime, this would be it. Because the automated tests there aren't really that much of on Thursday, and then Friday and Saturday there's barely any during the day. The same story goes with Sunday too. So, the same story goes with Sunday. There's barely any automated tests from. It's usually Monday where there's the most. Of them. And of course, as you all know, most of them happen during the overnight hours. So, I'm not sure exactly how tomorrow's going to play out, but it could be very likely then that I'm going to be getting all the boxes ready, to pack everything up and, haul it all away. But yeah. Yeah, I myself am a little disappointed that, this whole stay has been cut short. But on the plus side, though, at least I'm gonna get, I'm still gonna get more time, to get everything else taken care of, in preparation for our upcoming summer season. I still gotta finish rendering all the travel series stuff. I still gotta finish that up. I then eventually have to get to Downers Grove. I got to make the intros for season 4 if the live stream demands are there. as well as the highlight reel for season 3 and everything else of that nature, in particular. But I did hear something about me seeing the new baby in person for the first time this weekend, which I am a little sad that I won't get to see him in person just yet. Well, I'm disappointed, but you know what? But unfortunately, of course, caring for a particular someone is our highest priority as of right now. So we're doing everything we can. Well, I'm doing the best I can in not just myself, but everybody else. In my immediate outside of our broadcasts and everything. So of course we're trying everything we can, but I have a feeling somewhere in my mind that I'm already beginning to fear the worst case scenario. I'm not going to say anything more. I'm just going to say that I'm fearing the worst case scenario in this particular episode of events. So I'm kind of fearful for the worst case scenario of all of this. But I guess the only thing I can do is hope for the best. So yeah, I had a peaceful night Sunday night. I had a peaceful night Monday. I was only asleep for like an hour last night. I was only asleep for like an hour and a half before I got abruptly woken up. And then I was able to finally get back to bed. And then I couldn't keep my posture for some reason. I do not know, honestly. But then again, I'm disappointed. I feel bad that this is the position that I'm in, right now. My stay here being put on being cut off on such short notice. But of course, something unusual happened, and now we have to, pretty much now we're just readjusting our plans and scrapping the rest of it. But yeah, I am still rather disappointed that this is the outcome that it is. But yeah, I'm still disappointed. So I don't know what's gonna be. I don't know what's gonna be happening in the short term. But I guess the only way to find out is to wait and see. And yes, Yuma, I know you want to get back to. I know you want me to resume the duel with you and finish this match. And of course we're gonna get to. Of course, we'll give him a chance to feel the flow here in a little bit, but let me go ahead and state everything that I had just said one more time, but in a shortened form before we continue. Before we continue our match with Yuma. So something is happening. Something erratic is happening with a particular someone in my vicinity. So as a result, my stay here is being cut short. So as a result of that, I did say that both of our services will be taken off the air. But this time it's going to be an extended outage as it was originally planned for Rochelle, because it was going to go directly from Rochelle to here. So as a result, this is going to conflict with something else that was planned by some other party. So as a result, both of our networks will be off the air for an extended period of time. It's very likely then, I'm assuming as of right now, that we will not be able to do our backyard baseball game tomorrow night at 5 p.m. as we usually do. So currently I have a few ideas in mind on how we're going to make it up. The first idea is we may push the game back by 3 to 4 hours. So meaning 8 p.m. or 9 p.m. One of those two times. Thursday night. That's tomorrow night. That would be when we could possibly, get the game going. However, if that's not possible, then I'll push it back a day, and we'll do it the next day at 5 p.m. instead. So Friday would likely be backyard baseball at 5 p.m., and then the Friday Fun Night show will follow. So essentially, Friday would be a doubleheader. Would be a live stream doubleheader. Yeah, it would be a live stream doubleheader, but so I do apologize for any inconvenience that this may cause in advance, and I want to thank each and every one of you for your understanding. All right, so now with all of that discussion out of the way, let's go ahead and resume the virtual machine, and we will finish up our match against Yuma Tsukumo. Before the floor started, or actually as the floor was getting started, we had just finished game 2, and now the match is tied at 1. So 1 apiece. This is a best of 3 match. We're going to go into a tiebreaker, and of course whoever wins this one will of course take the match. And based on that discussion I heard that I was talking about earlier, we will actually have time just to get Yuya in, but as for the other mods, we are probably going to have to wait until next week to showcase them. But you know what? I don't know how special they're going to be anyway, so. Alright, so I will go first in game 3. And here we go. While it tries to readjust. Try to see if I can get something on the screen here. Try to see if I can get the game back up. There we go. Alright, here we go. Torrential Tribute, and I'll summon Axe Raider, and that completes my turn. Galaxy Wave, negating field spells. Oh, here comes... What's he gonna do? Oh, here we go. Here comes the XC summon. This is number 25. 2800 versus my 1700. Yeah. Yep. I don't want any of his numbers on the field. Of course, he brings it right back. He brings it right back. Alright, well, I'm going to get rid of that. This is tied to Premature Burial. Number 25 is tied to this, so I better get rid of it. Okay, number 25 is gone. Now, we can go for battle. And that is it. So now we have a 300 point gap between the both of us right now. Your move. Oh, change of heart. Yep. Come on over. I could get rid of it, but I don't want to. And we will let Headless Knight join in.
That's bad. Oh, not again.
And that is it. Now it's 800 points between the both of us. We got Tiger Axe. It's only worth 1,300. Yeah, I'm gonna have to play defense for right now. Because this requires a tribute, and I can only do one per turn, so I can only do one summon per turn. This will work. That's the only monster that'll work against Yuma's monsters. Oh yeah, this duel's gonna be over. Yep. So Yuma takes the match. Sounds a little dramatic and calming at the same time. I just let the losing sound play for a little longer, but it's alright. Okay. On to our last opponent here. Well, for now. Well, of course, we still gotta do the single duel against Kaiba and Joey, which we will get to later. But on to the last opponent of the customizations. This is Arc 5. And that background, that looks like, what, a Samsung boot screen or something? It sure does. Let's do a single duel first.
It's time to
Swing into action. Yep, it's time to swing into action. I seem to like the look of Yuya for some reason. I don't know. It's probably me. Alright, here we go. See, these look like exactly like Joey. There's some leftovers from it.
What?
Now, we have this knight, and that's my first move. Only lost 50.
Time to lay a face down.
And that ends my turn. Morphine Jar returns everything. Let's do Nemo Momoga, which will give me 1,000 life points.
I've been waiting for this one. Exit stage right.
It's time for the next act. Yeah, of course, that's the only copy of that card I have. And that ends my turn. I know what I'm gonna do.
What?
Let's discard. I want to leave a monster so I can attack with it. So I'll discard that one to destroy this Mammoth Splash, whatever the heck that is. And then we can just do direct attack with Baby Dragon.
Oh, I'm gonna feel that one tomorrow.
Yep, and that's my turn.
And that ends my turn.
This one's 2,000. Yeah, we can do this. Also,
What?
I'm gonna return his spell and trap. I'm gonna put my card safe return back. And then get rid of his Silver Claw. And that is it.
How about an encore?
Monster Reborn! Oh, there's Splash again. It's in defense.
And that ends my turn.
Okay. Graceful Dice.
What?
Nope, that's not gonna do anything. The only monster I can destroy with that is his face down.
Smile for the crowd.
You can draw one card.
My monster has a special ability.
So he just gets a card from the deck, and that's it. I cannot do anything else about that other monster.
If you think I have nothing up my sleeve, look again.
Performance Flash. Change battle positions of all face-up monsters.
Oh, shoot.
Yep, they all go back to the deck. All of them. Let me turn it down because it's a little loud. Did I even turn the desktop audio on? Oh, I did not. Watching videos on
And that
upgrading
ends my turn.
Dell Office PCs to gaming rigs. This one will move an attack monster of 1500 or less.
Ha! I've been waiting for this one. Exit stage right. It's time for the next act.
Alligator sword.
And that ends my turn.
Yeah, 1500 or less. Harpy's Feather. Oh, wait a minute. I can flip summon.
Oh, shoot.
Yep. I'm gonna send this thing back. Yeah, might as well send that one back too. Because I can reuse its effect. So I can do that effect multiple times.
Oh, I'm gonna feel that one tomorrow.
Yeah, because then I can set Penguin Soldier back down onto the field in face-down defense position, and I can use its flip effect twice.
I activate a spell.
So now I am
And that ends my turn.
prohibited from attacking for the next 3 turns. Or I can make it happen right now.
What?
Good thing I had that Feather Duster.
Smile for the crowd.
Destroys a
My
monster
monster
on the
has a
field.
special ability.
You picked the right one.
I activate a spell.
Oh, here comes Fusion.
To launch the fireworks, you have to light the fuse. Take the stage together as one.
Is that Pendulum Summon? Dragon Fusion effect. Ruinized Pendulum
shoot.
Dragon. Yep, I want to send that dragon back. Yep, I'm not getting that. I am
And
not
that
getting
ends
that
my
back.
turn.
I am not getting that card back. As much as I'd like to, I am not getting it back. Alright, may as well do some more damage.
Oh, I'm gonna feel that one tomorrow.
I'm gonna feel that one tomorrow. You bet. And that is it.
And that ends my turn.
That ends my turn. Chain Destruction. Oh yeah. May as well take advantage of nothing there.
This show's
This
not over
show's
yet.
Not over yet. It certainly isn't. But he's further and further on the edge.
And that ends my turn.
And that ends my turn. There's my Axe Raider. No, I don't want to get rid of my Axe Raider. Why would I do that? Okay, he's going to gain life points. And then, of course, he's going to put more on the field. So, he's going to probably get 1,000 more. So he's going to get 1,000 more then. Okay, well that's it.
This monster ain't just for show. Exit stage right. It's time for the next act.
And then the wind music starts again. Alright, now we're gonna do chain destruction.
What? A trap card?
A trap card. Yep. So there it went. And the deck.
And that ends my turn.
That ends my turn. Okay. Oh. Can't do anything with that monster. Not even defense position is doing any good. There goes 700.
Time to lay a face down. And that ends my turn.
Mystical Space Tycoon to destroy a spell or
What?
trap. I picked that one. That was his magical arm shield, so that's it. Can't do anything else. There goes that one.
And that ends my turn.
1800 defense. I'm gonna have to play defense here.
I activate a spell. I activate a spell. To launch the fireworks, you have to light the fuse. Take the stage together as one.
Oh, B-size Pendulum Dragon. Oh gosh.
And that ends my turn.
That ends my turn. Oh. I can't do anything. This Buster Player requires 2 tributes. It requires 2 tributes since it's a level 7 monster.
And that ends my turn.
There's Magic Jammer to negate a spell. Oh, here comes the losing.
And that ends my turn.
This is trouble. There was no response from the game server. What a shame.
I activate a spell.
I activate a spell. Yeah, we better negate
What?
it.
A trap card?
Yep, I'm gonna negate it.
Time to activate the effect of my magical sky mirror.
Magical Sky Mirror.
I activate a spell.
Oh, he's gotta destroy that. He's gonna end the duel.
This show's not over yet.
Yep. What was that? An equivalent of, oh yeah, Grave Robber. That's a similar effect. I couldn't even read the effect all the way. I couldn't even read the entire effect. In fact, let me take a look back at it and see what that effect was, because I couldn't read it all the way because I missed it. Or did I even read it? Let me take a look at it and see. Or did I ever pull that card up? Oh, that said choose one spell card from your graveyard and use it for your turn. So basically that's the same thing as Grave Robber.
I hope you had fun. Don't let this get you down.
Yeah. See, that's actually a little more mature than all the other duelists that we played, especially if we were going to play against next.
Ladies and gentlemen,
Please turn your attention toward this duel. Alright. We will go second. Alright, here we go. So basically, basically that's Grave Robber, but this guy's
Time to lay a
else.
face down. And that ends my turn.
Which one? Phantom Grip. Now set chain destruction down, and we'll go with the attack. Alright, that's it. Bag of graham crackers. Yep, let's get rid of it.
Oh, shoot!
Not from the field, but from other places where he had it.
I
And
activate a spell.
wherever. There goes that monster.
And that ends my turn.
Yeah, Penguin Soldier to return it to his hand.
I activate a spell. Change of heart. This monster ain't just for show. Exit stage right. It's time for the next act. And that ends my turn.
Call the Haunted to do special summon. Better do whatever layer of defense I've got. This first duel is probably going to be over very quickly. Yep, better.
Oh, shoot! Oh, shoot!
There goes that monster.
And that ends my turn.
Let me respond. Better play defense, because I don't have any other monster that'll beat that.
Yeah, what's going on, Justin?
Now we're showcasing these Yu-Gi-Oh customizations on the air.
Yes.
And Yuya just destroyed me.
Oh no!
Yep. So he takes game 1 of the best 2 out of 3 match. I will start the second game.
Oh, okay.
And that ends my turn.
Set down backup soldier and alligator sword. Just to see what kind of stuff we can do with this monster.
Smile for the crowd. My
Big
monster
White
has a
Pearl,
special
destroy the
ability.
monster on the field. Got my highest one.
Oh, I'm gonna feel that one tomorrow.
Yeah. In fact, I'm gonna bring that monster right back.
What?
With Monster Reborn. In attack position.
Oh, shoot!
That is it.
Yeah. Oh, I hear I'm having some food.
Yeah, you must have heard the snapping of graham crackers.
Yeah, I
Snapping of
do
graham
that.
crackers.
Graham crackers.
Reflect that.
What?
fact.
A trap card?
I thought you were eating popcorn for a second.
This show's not over
This
yet.
show's not over yet. It's not over till it's over.
And that ends my turn.
Ooh, change of heart.
What?
Let's see. I think this might be enough to end the duel.
Oh my.
Let's find out. Starting with Mystic Shell Dragon,
This show's not over yet.
followed by Alligator Sword.
This show's not over yet.
Yep, that'll be enough to end the duel. And that is Silver Claw to end it.
Ah, guess that's my final curtain.
And just like that, we've tied the match.
Oh my.
Tied the match at 1 game apiece. Just like with what happened with a lot of the other duels we played earlier on the show. Jaden, Yusei, Yuma. No, every single duelist we played against so far ended up in a tiebreaker. Set these 2 traps down first, and then
Yeah.
my highest attack point card I've got.
And that ends my turn.
Alright, let's bring Axe Raider onto the field. Use Goblin Elite Attack Force to
Smile for the crowd. My monster has a special ability.
that monster return my other one back to my
How
hand.
about an encore?
Oh, Call of the Haunted. Let's get rid of it.
Oh, I'm gonna feel that one tomorrow.
At least he didn't. At least that saved him some things. A lot. That didn't save him a lot of things. Just enough to keep him in the game.
And that ends my turn.
And I'll bring that other one back. And then we'll do it directly.
Yeah.
This does not look good.
Sure does not.
This show's not over yet.
Oh no.
Because now he's down to 2,700. We're not quite going to be able to end the duel yet. Because Goblin Elite Attack Force is locked into defense position for the next turn. I won't be able to
And that ends
put
my
that
turn.
into attack position until later on. Now what I can do,
What?
destroy one of Yuya's spells and traps. Choose this. No, not negating my own spell.
Yeah.
We have a 1,700 and then we have a 1,450 and then Monster Reborn.
What?
What?
to
Did you
bring
say
back-
what?
He did, yes. That's what he literally just said. No, I'm not negating Monster Reborn.
Oh,
Oh, no.
Shoot.
Yep, this is probably going to be it right here. Oh, I just realized he has a face-up card. Good thing I saw that before I did something wrong.
And that ends my turn.
There's Torrential Tribute, which will destroy every monster on the field. But I can put this in attack position now.
I activate Kunai with Chain to increase my monster's attack points by 500.
And that already put this back in defense. Nope, not risking another monster getting destroyed. Just from that. that one.
And that ends my turn.
And that ends my turn. Nimble Mongo will increase my life points by 1,000. That we can definitely do. Put it in defense for good measure.
I've been waiting for this one. Take 5, guys. The star performer is coming out.
Oh, here we go. The Odd Eyes Dragon. No.
Time to activate the effect of my magical sky mirror.
That we were gonna negate.
Ow! Shoot!
I didn't want to get rid of the card that's gonna add 1,000 life points to my total.
Yeah.
And of course I can't. That's the one copy I have in the deck.
Time to lay a face down. And that ends my turn.
Giant grenade.
What?
Okay. Alright, we'll set them all back. Morphing jar, set that down. And yeah, and even if I were to put this in face-up position, in attack position, I just realized that still wouldn't have been enough. That still wouldn't be enough.
Ow! Shoot!
Yeah, and that effect too. So it wouldn't have mattered anyway, whether I put that in attack position or not. So it just wouldn't have mattered.
And that ends my turn.
Graceful dice. Yeah, I'd rather set that down. And I'll wait and see what happens.
Synthesis Magician will start things up.
Sure, torrential tribute.
What? A trap card?
No. Now bring Penguin Soldier back. Yeah, I'll activate Backup Soldier.
Ow! Shoot!
Let's see. That's the only monster card I can bring into my hand.
And that ends my turn.
That ends my turn. And then there's Alligator Sword. Yeah, let's go ahead and go for battle. Yeah, sure. Graceful dice.
What? I activate my Hippo Carnival.
Oh, here comes Hippo Carnival. They're both gonna activate at the same time. Now there's these 4 tokens on the field. But I mean, they're easy to get rid of.
I activate a spell.
0/0. 0 attack, 0 defense.
I activate a spell. And that ends my turn.
Mystic Box. I haven't seen that one yet. Destroys an opponent's monster and grants control of one of your monsters on the field to your opponent. Okay.
What?
And then let's get rid of this one. That's his Performal Revival. Which when one monster is sent to the graveyard, it will be sent back onto the field as a special summon in the same position it was in when it was destroyed. So if it was in defense, it goes back in defense, and then if it was in attack, it goes back in attack. And so on and so on.
Ow! Shoot!
And that ends my turn.
Let's see, I'll summon that dragon and get rid of the last of his hippo tokens on his side. I have a hippo token on my side of the field right now, but I know I can get rid of that easily. Let's see.
And that ends my turn.
Card a safe return,
What?
and then that knight. Alright, one will be enough to get rid of this.
This does not look good.
Yep, and then 1450 more. Once its effect finishes.
This show's not over yet.
Yep. Alright, he's down to 750.
And that ends my turn.
That one requires 2 tributes. You can get rid of this.
This does not look good.
That's it.
Time to lay a face down. And that ends my turn.
Alright, let's end it.
Guess that's my final curtain.
And I take the match. Yep, just like that, I win the match. The Beast Gold Dragon.
You definitely impressed me with that one.
I sure did. Sure impressed him with that game. Alright, so yeah, that's all the time we've got to showcase all of these. We only got to show these 4, but we'll showcase the other 4 and how different these are on next week's show. But for right now, I'm gonna go take care of a few more things, and then then we will move on to what is now going to be taking the place of the 10 p.m. time slot, where Deal or No Deal once occupied.
Hold on.
Just don't forget. Huh?
Hold on, sir. Hold on. Right.
Alright, so now that that has been taken care of, now it is time for the permanent replacement of Deal or No Deal at the 10 p.m. time slot on Wednesday nights. Now, it's time for a single duel with Kaiba.
If you even think for a second that you're going to win, you're lying to yourself.
Yeah, we'll see about that. I will do the honors of going first in this duel. And here we go. And yes, this is the original with no changes whatsoever. First,
I set this card face down. I end my turn.
there's the left leg of the Exodia. I better keep in my hand at all costs. If I get the rest of the pieces of the Exodia, then I can instantly win the duel. Now I know he has that percent wrap. Really good defense.
I end my turn.
Magic Jammer to negate a spell. Let's see what he's got.
I activate negate attack.
I figured he was going to negate it, so that's it. Can't do anything else.
I end my turn.
There's that all familiar card. The one that gives me 1,000 life points when it's sent to the graveyard.
Not bad.
They got one monster. Now there's Invitation to a Dark Sleep. Okay, so let's get rid of that card. Okay, that's not gonna work. That's 1,200 defense. So that is it.
I switch it to attack position.
I'm only gonna lose 100, and then I'm gonna get 1,000 right back. And of course, that's the only copy I've got, so I can't. So there's nothing
I
else
set
to
this
add.
card face down. I end my turn.
I could do Monster Reborn, but I want to wait for the right time to use it. You know what? Sure.
Don't tell me you're trying to resurrect it.
Yep, I'm gonna resurrect Invitation to a Dark Sleep. Oh.
What?
Yeah. Get rid of this Witch of the Black Forest.
Not bad.
Oh, there's his Force Raider. He's probably gonna summon that one next.
Not bad.
He's probably gonna summon Force Raider.
Prepare to feel
Yep,
the
I
touch
called
of
it.
cold steel as I summon my Force Raider.
Summoning his Force Raider! Only for that Invitation to a Dark Sleep to disappear in an instant.
I end my turn.
There's Hain, which will allow me to return a monster. Choose one though.
What?
And we'll send back his prevent rat. Although it's very likely that's what
I
he's
end
going
my
to summon again.
turn.
Summon again later. Oh, impact. Just immediately ends the battle phase.
I end my turn.
There's Beam Soldier. I'll go ahead and boost its attack point.
Ha! So, you're activating a spell card.
And I'll go ahead and boost Beam Soldier's attack points. No. I'm not going to negate it. This is probably a prevent rat. Nice, I got rid of it. Alright, that's I gotta keep in mind that it's gonna be losing 200 attack points during the
This card represents my pride and soul as a duelist. I summon my almighty Blue Eyes White Dragon!
Yeah, ladies and gentlemen, all hail the Blue Eyes White Dragon! And now that monster's gone. Along with
I
the
set this card face down. I
That was
end
kind
my
of
turn.
perfect timing too, because I was still talking. Yeah, this needs a tribute, which I don't have. Go 1400. And this is gonna put me down to 2100 compared to Kaiba's 1600.
I don't think so. Ring of Destruction! Ah! You!
Wow. That was all Kaiba needed to do to give him the win. Just destroy the Blue Eyes White Dragon, to destroy the rest of my life points, and that's the game. Just like that.
A pathetic dog like you never had a chance against a champion like me.
Good thing the other duelists didn't use language like that. Yeah, good thing the other duelists didn't use language like that. Kaiba's like so mature. I don't know. I don't even think mature best describes it. Well, I must have used mature in a different form earlier, but
Yeah.
Kaiba's so boss. I don't know what to say, but kind of more. I guess I could say more of a crude language compared to all the other duelists. I have to say my opinion. All right. Now, onto the other duelist, Joey. And this is the very same one that all those mods, those mods we took a look at, are based on. In fact, I think we might have time to showcase one more before we move on to the final act. So here we go, single duel.
Come and bring it. I'll take you on anytime, any place.
Anytime, any place. Yes, doesn't matter if I'm in Rochelle. You can
Holy
take
crap.
me on anytime, any place.
Whoa!
Doesn't matter.
Do not be Colonel, because that's gonna mess it.
Okay, set down Magic Jammer, Infinite Dismissal, and Head Huntress. That's my first move.
Oh, it even still have you selected.
Yep, I'm gonna activate Infinite
No
Dismissal.
way! A trap? I summon Rocket Warrior!
Rocket
This thing
Warrior.
has a lot of them on here.
I see what he did.
I end my turn.
Any damage this monster takes is reduced to 0. Any monster attacked by this card has its attack decreased by 500 until the end of the turn.
Man?
Okay, I see what he did.
Where's...
I'm gonna go ahead and bring this guy over. No. And then I'm gonna increase my life points. Nope. And we're gonna go for that.
Not too shabby. But you ain't
They
gonna
could
beat me with those lame attacks.
But
I don't even-
I still got one more.
Oh no!
I wanted to enjoy a little more of that music, but oh well. Oh, there's that dark zebra. I was gonna use that effect again.
I end my turn.
That one's
No.
1300. Sure, I better play defense with this one.
No, don't. You're sad.
Yep.
Ugh. I end my turn.
There's Magic Cylinder, which will reflect.
So what?
I'm not doing Coronian Shark because that's only 1100, so. And that. May as well, because that monster's going to send everything back.
This looks bad. Oh no!
Oh my god.
What? Can't be.
Those effects still
I don't.
active.
Oh jeez. No.
I'll just go along and set this card here. Let me give you a little hint. You better be careful, because this card's a trap.
It's a trap. Yeah, it's a trap.
I end my turn.
And there goes that monster. I'll go and flip summon. Then Coronian Shark. And then do Graceful Dice.
Yeah.
Ooh. Well, this is gonna be good. And choose this card. And this card. Right here. And that is all I can do. And Gemini Elf was a level 3 or lower monster, so that's
It
gone.
feels
You know what?
so good to snatch victory from the jaws of defeat.
You can call the Haunted. There's Umbrea.
Where's
Flip
TCP?
summon!
TCP. Where are you?
And there's that music again.
I end my turn.
And my turn.
TC.
This one is 1000 defense. But it was only put in defense position, so that trap does not activate. And that other monster's gonna disappear.
I end my turn.
So there's my Gemini Elf. That's only a level 4 monster. They are summoned to the field during this turn, excluding special summon. I may as well get rid of Zumbria.
Whoa! Man, that was close. Too close.
goes that. That is my turn.
I end my turn.
And there's Hane, which is gonna put a monster back.
I summon my Red Eyes Black Dragon.
Red Eyes Black Dragon.
What? No, wow.
Now here comes the Black Dragon. Tell me about FLP.
I end my turn.
Still trying to open on the other device, but we want to open it up. Okay, there's Axe Raider. Oh yeah, Flip Summon.
What? Can't be.
And I can send his Red Eyes Black Dragon back.
Ah, not too shabby. But you ain't gonna beat me with those lame
What?
attacks.
Then 450.
Whoa! Man, that was close. Too close.
Alright, that's it. He's down to 750.
My field,
My field spell card activates.
I end my turn.
Infusion Gate. That's the same exact card that Joey has.
Flip! Your attack triggered my effect.
Alright, well, that's it. That's gonna end the battle phase immediately.
I end my turn.
Alright. You know what? I'm not putting Beam Soldier down. We're gonna finish this off. And we're gonna finish this duel off right here.
Yeah!
And that's a win.
Oh.
Beta the Magnet Warrior.
Hey, give me one more match. I know I can beat you this time.
Joey's asking for one more match. Joey. Yeah, Joey, I'm sorry. We don't have time for another match. That's the only match you get tonight, Joey. That's the only match you're getting tonight. That's the only match you're getting tonight. You're getting another match Saturday, okay? Now stop. Now quit being bossy. Now quit being bossy and just be patient. Goodness, I don't even, I didn't even know how to, properly say it, but let's see, he's off one, let's see.
There's gonna be so many game providers. Wow.
something outside.
When attempting to create the data collector, said the file system error or following.
All right. Oh yeah, and we can't forget about the narrator too.
Starting at MR Computer got WPLD
IP radio. Members list for
Element Electa Lembine 5430 Windows 7.
Windows 7.
Workstation window.
Question mark, question mark, question mark, backspace, backspace, backspace. Let's see if we can get the narrator to start.
Exiting narrator.
Well, only got it to start just barely.
Grave accent, grave accent, grave accent, grave accent.
There we go.
Grave accent, grave accent, grave accent.
Grave accent. Exclamation point, exclamation point.
Exclamation point.
Hashtag WPLD.
Exclamation point.
At symbol, at symbol, at symbol.
Backspace, back message hashtag W. Server
Backspace.
sidebar nav MR Computer Guy. Channel, main. Message at MR Computer. Cap, I, space, add. What? Cap is to enter. Taskbar pane.
Oh, clear. Oh my god.
Slash. Less than sign, greater than sign.
Less than sign, greater than sign. Single quote, single quote, single quote, single quote, single quote. Underscore, 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 underscore.
You're kidding me.
Start window.
Desktop
window.
list.
Search
Visual
box.
Studio Code. Non-select.
Question mark, question mark, question mark, question mark.
Show hidden icon. Grave accent. Grave accent. Grave accent. Grave accent. Grave accent. Grave accent. Grave accent.
Tilde.
Servers side members list servers server hashtag servers sidebar navigate hashtag W with taskbar pane. At symbol. Dollar sign.
Dollar
Windows
sign.
7. VM number lock on. OBS 3 sources with start capture. Win taskbar pane. Question mark. Question mark. Question mark. Question mark. Equal sign. 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 Equal sign.
Equal
Windows
sign.
7. VMware Workstation window. Number lock. Taskbar pane. Backslash. Vertical bar. Vertical bar. Vertical bar.
Vertical bar.
Windows 7. VMware Workstation window.
Vertical bar. I keep forgetting to move that. I keep forgetting to move that stupid document off the desktop.
Where's TCP/IP?
Come on, Jesslyn Fald, what are you thinking?
Oh.
Okay, that's better.
PS3 2.0.
Oh my goodness.
Opening
parenthesis. Closing parenthesis. Number lock off.
Number lock off.
Why is this not showing?
Opening parenthesis.
I don't understand. Why is this not showing?
Closing parenthesis. Opening parenthesis. Closing parenthesis.
What is going on here, man? You're not creating the file.
Enter. Single quote. Single quote. Windows 7. VMware
Where's this
Workstation
file?
window. Number lock on. Taskbar pane.
Come on. Find the file.
Divide. 7.
That's not even reading the file. Where did the freaking file go? Oh my god.
Windows 7. VMware Workstation window.
But there's no file here. Stop going to the other folders.
Less than sign. Greater than sign. period,
slash,
period,
slash,
period,
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 comma,
Oh my
comma,
god.
comma,
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 Your
comma,
collector's
comma,
dead.
comma,
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 Comma.
Windows 7, VMware Workstation window,
Comma.
number lock taskbar pane, question mark,
question mark,
colon,
colon,
opening
opening
brace,
brace,
closing
closing
brace,
brace,
plus
plus
sign,
sign,
underscore,
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 Come on.
underscore, underscore,
under-
underscore,
Oh,
underscore,
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 Yeah.
underscore,
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 Yeah.
underscore,
underscore,
Should do
Windows
this.
7, VMware Workstation window,
Underscore.
number lock on, 6,
Decimal.
decimal,
decimal,
decimal, decimal, decimal,
decimal,
decimal,
decimal,
decimal,
decimal,
decimal,
decimal,
decimal, decimal, 3,
decimal,
decimal, decimal, 3,
decimal,
decimal, decimal, decimal,
decimal,
number lock off, number lock on,
number lock on,
number lock off,
number lock off,
number lock on, number lock off, down arrow, down arrow,
zoom in, button,
Down arrow.
Still not making a frickin' file.
taskbar
This
pane,
is not.
up arrow, up arrow, up arrow, up arrow,
up arrow,
up arrow,
up arrow,
up arrow, left arrow, left arrow,
left arrow,
left
It's
arrow,
not creating the file.
arrow,
down arrow,
Why
down
is it
arrow,
not creating the
down
file?
arrow, down
Ow.
arrow,
down 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 arrow,
down
down
arrow,
arrow,
Down arrow.
Windows 7, VMware Workstation window,
If only I could do large straight again.
Goodness gracious. Okay. No.
taskbar pane, down arrow, down arrow, down arrow, down arrow, down arrow,
down arrow,
down arrow, down arrow, down arrow, down arrow, down arrow, down arrow, down arrow, down arrow, down arrow,
down arrow,
Down arrow.
Windows 7,
Down arrow.
VMware
Down
Workstation
arrow.
window,
Down arrow.
Oh my goodness. Why is this not letting me?
taskbar pane, delete,
delete,
number lock on,
Oh my god.
Down
You can't even.
down
Oh
arrow,
my gosh.
down arrow,
down arrow,
up arrow, up arrow, up arrow, up
I
arrow,
need some weird ass freaking.
Windows 7,
Up
VMware
arrow.
Workstation
Up
window,
Up arrow. Up arrow. Up
up
arrow.
arrow, up arrow,
Up arrow.
up arrow, up arrow, up arrow,
task, up arrow,
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 up arrow, up arrow, up arrow, up
I
arrow,
don't think I can even.
Windows
arrow.
7, VMware Workstation window, number lock on, taskbar pane, right arrow, right arrow, right arrow, right arrow, right arrow, up 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 arrow,
I
up
can't
arrow,
fix
up
this.
arrow,
What are you
arrow,
doing?
up
Let
arrow,
me.
up arrow, up
Come
arrow,
on,
up arrow,
you dick.
left
Left
arrow,
arrow.
Fucking
left arrow,
face.
left
You're
arrow,
not even
left
letting me
arrow,
copy
left
correctly.
arrow.
Windows 7,
Left
number
arrow.
lock on, OBS 3.2, number lock off,
Number lock off.
Fuck.
number lock on,
Number lock off.
taskbar pane,
Question mark.
question mark,
Since they
search
told me
window,
what's going
search
on.
box, space, search, web content region,
Search web
Search
content
taskbar,
region.
Windows 7, VMware Workstation window,
Settings,
number
man.
lock on, taskbar pane,
Remove.
Start window. Search window. Search box.
Web
Edit.
content
region. Widgets.
Start window. Search window. Search box.
Edit.
Keeps.
There's Sharp WX again.
Number
Sure.
Windows 7. VMware Workstation window. Number lock on. Sharp WX window. Pane.
There's everything coming up.
Number lock off. Number lock on.
Did it even pop out?
Windows 7.
Why is this not working?
Sharp
There you go.
WX. All bots
Sure,
talk
dock
Linux
is to the
message
top.
window. Windows 7. Taskbar pane. Period. Comma.
Period.
Comma.
Search.
Backspace.
Web content region. Search. Backspace.
Backspace.
It's running, but
Windows 7. VMware
Desktop
Workstation
list.
window.
Taskbar pane.
Number lock. Taskbar pane. Less
Greater than sign. Greater than sign. Greater than sign.
Greater than
Greater than sign.
Greater than sign.
Greater than.
Greater than sign.
Greater.
Greater than
Greater than.
Greater than sign.
Greater. Cap.
Asterisk.
Asterisk. Asterisk.
Asterisk.
Asterisk. Opening parenthesis. Closing parenthesis.
Windows 7. VMware Workstation window. Number lock on. Pane.
Let's
Sharp
see what else we
room
can.
pane. All bots talk.
See what else we can
Sharp
do here.
pane. Sharp WX.
Pop this out.
Tab rooms with Lincoln.
Pop this out. Pop this
Sharp
out.
WX.
Pop this
Tab
out.
rooms window. Northern Indiana. Button.
Pop this
Quad
out.
Cities IA. Button. Sharp WX.
Now we have a bunch of stuff
Sharp
scrolling.
WX. Milwaukee. Sharp WX. Northern Indiana. Sharp WX.
Oh, it needs to
Sharp
be stopped.
WX.
That's a lot of
Windows
stuff
7.
scrolling.
VMware Workstation window.
Alright, because that's why it wasn't
Power battery status.
Number lock on.
62% remaining. Button. Volume speaker. Realtek. R. Grave accent.
Grave
Taskbar
accent.
Grave accent.
Grave accent.
Grave accent.
Grave
Grave
accent.
accent.
Grave
Grave
accent.
accent.
Grave
Grave
accent.
accent.
tracing for
Grave
Windows
accent.
does not
Grave accent.
capture the file.
Grave
Windows 7.
accent.
VMware Workstation
Oh
window.
my god.
Grave accent.
Okay.
Number lock taskbar pane. Period.
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 No,
Period.
no, no,
Comma.
no, no,
Comma.
no, no,
Comma.
no.
Comma.
Come on,
Comma.
let me go to the
Comma.
folder.
Comma.
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 Please.
Comma.
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 Gosh.
Comma.
Comma.
Windows
Comma.
7.
Comma.
VMware Workstation window.
HEW.
Comma.
Number lock
Comma.
taskbar pane.
Comma. 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 Comma.
Where is this damn thing? You don't understand. Plugins. What's next? Okay, you're
Microsoft's
not-
finally letting you remap the Copilot key to what it used to be.
Clock 10:36 p.m. May 20th, 2026.
Well, that's great.
Button.
Windows 7. VMware
Why can't it do
Workstation
that?
window.
So now we're trying to play Yahtzee
Number
with
lock on.
all these with all this text scrolling on the screen about beach hazard statements, 59-degree high temperatures, wind advisory stuff, and everything. It's great.
Number lock off.
Percent sign.
Percent sign.
What's the command
Number
number?
taskbar pane.
Dollar sign.
Dollar sign.
Dollar sign. Percent sign.
Percent
Percent sign. Percent sign. Caret. 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 Exclamation point. Clock 10:37 p.m. May 20th, 2026.
Exclamation
No,
point.
Windows 7. VMware
Exclamation
Workstation
point. Exclamation point.
Number lock taskbar pane.
Exclamation point.
Exclamation point.
Exclamation
Exclamation point.
Exclamation point.
Exclamation point. Exclamation point. Exclamation point. Exclamation point. Exclamation point. Exclamation. Exclamation point. Exclamation point. Exclamation point.
Exclamation
Windows
point.
7. VMware Workstation window.
Oh, hey, got the large straight again, but I already marked that off. What a
Number
shame.
lock on. Taskbar pane. Double quotes.
Double
quotes.
Double quotes.
Double quotes.
Double quotes.
Double
Double quotes.
Double
Double
quotes.
quotes.
Double quotes.
Double quote.
Double quotes.
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 Greater than sign.
Greater than sign.
Nup Windows 7. VMware Workstation window. Number lock on. Taskbar pane.
Plus
Plus
sign.
sign. Plus sign. Hyphen.
Hyphen.
Hyphen. Hyphen. Hyphen. Hyphen.
I
Equal
like
sign.
how he says
Equal
hyphen.
sign.
Equal sign.
Equal sign.
Equal sign.
Equal sign.
Equal sign.
Equal.
Hyphen.
Hyphen. Hyphen. Hyphen.
Speed increased to 55%.
Speed increased to Speed increased to 60%. Speed increased to 65%. Speed increased to 70%.
Not a narrator.
Not a narrator command. Not a narrator command.
Not a narrator.
Not a narrator command.
Not a narrator.
Not a narrator command.
Not a narrator.
Not a narrator command.
Not narrator
Windows
command.
7. VMware Workstation window.
Power battery status. 54% remaining. Button. Clock 10:39 p.m. May 20th, 2026. Button.
Number lock on. Taskbar pane. Equal sign.
Equal
Equal sign.
Equal sign.
Equal sign.
Equal sign.
Equal sign.
Equal.
Underscore.
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 Speed decreased to 40. Speed increased to 45%.
Speed decreased to
Speed increased to
65%.
50%.
Not a narrator command. Speed decreased to 40%.
No summary
I'm
available.
actually gonna-
Speed increased
No
to
summary available.
45%.
No summary available.
Speed increased to 50%.
No summary available. No summary available. No summary available.
Windows 7. VMware Workstation window.
No
No summary available.
No summary available. No summary available.
On. Taskbar with no summary available. No summary.
No summary available.
No summary.
No summary available.
With pane.
No summary available.
No summary.
No summary
No summary.
No summary available.
No summary available.
No summary.
No summary.
No summary available. No status bar.
No
No
status bar. No main landmark.
No linked item. No linked item.
No
Nup
linked
Windows
item.
7. Number lock on. Sharp. Nup Windows 7.
Can't get to the
VMware
get to
number lock
exit
on.
button.
Sharp WX. Northern Indiana latest met. Sharp WX. All bots talk latest mess. Sharp WX. Windows shut down.
Oh.
Window. Sharp WX. Sharp WX. Sharp WX. Sharp
Alright.
WX. Chicago
I think
latest
we have
mess.
time to
Sharp
showcase
WX.
one more.
All bots talk latest message window.
We actually have time. We have a little bit of time left to showcase one more of the Yu-Gi-Oh customizations. So while we're loading the Windows 11 VM again, let's see who else got their weekly. I see Landon got the
Power battery status.
evening Tampa test. He got the evening Tampa test on his MWR 822 that he 822 that he recently acquired. This was a Marine warning from May 17th.
How do you do this? I don't understand.
And this was a severe thunderstorm warning on WSK 83
How
Fort
do you do
Myers.
this?
What is this? That one guy? I guess that was from today.
Oh my god.
Oh yeah, the guy that he hates doing having the test sent out. And then this was the monthly test for July 2025. He was way behind. He's way behind on everything. So he's getting
Clock
stuff up
10:42
from
PM. Volume
from
speaker.
July 2025.
R. Audio 100%. Button.
And then this was Southern PAWX's live stream from earlier today, which includes both DC and State Colleges weekly. Both offices ended up deciding to go for it, despite the slight risk. And then the DC monthly test, which he and I both completely forgot that it was today. Let's see what else we got here.
Hey, y'all.
This was the May monthly test from yesterday. I saw that. And then this mini slight risk.
Oh, goddamn. SMW.
With a dog in the back, with a dog in the thing. So this is a mini slight risk, but almost busted. And then Solar PA uploaded the DC monthly test separately.
Clock
Exiting
10:43
area.
a.m. May 20th, 2026. Button.
And then of course he uploaded the DC test.
What is this? What is this doing?
And then this was the State College Weekly. And I see Saratoga County was live for the weekly too. But I don't see it. I guess he might have already set it private or unlisted.
Oh, wow.
Yeah, he might have set it private already, but he did say it went off without a hitch, so that's great. And what is this thing? What is this thing? Some phrase here. It's just a bunch of talk
Clock
and
10:44
everything. And there's Weather Star 4000s, and then the severe thunderstorm warning on WWH 33. That was from earlier today. Piedmont got the Greenville Weekly on WXL 70. Of course they did. What was this? 2013 Dell Inspiron startup. A 2013 Dell he got off of Facebook Marketplace, restored to its original factory installation of Windows 8.1 Pro. I don't see anything about 8.1 Pro. It shows all the specs.
Alright, so it's done. Fine, I can't believe.
And then I see Piedmont actually also got KHB 31 Winnebago, North Carolina, briefly getting WXL 50 over WXL 70. Oh gosh. Trying to unenroll a Chromebook from the Enterprise.
Okay.
It's interesting. I haven't seen from this guy in a while, but this was the Spirit Thunderstorm watch from a while back. $234. And then that's video on tomorrow's day 2. CXP got the morning Tampa and Miami tests. Did he get the evening test as well? He did, yes. As well as the marginal risk stuff from over the weekend. 17th, 18th, and 19th. And then TFM, what is it? Self-activated alerts. This is from the... I guess he doesn't have a date for all of this. I guess he doesn't put a date down. Yeah, I guess he doesn't put a date. He didn't put a date down. But I presume this was from a previous event. And then this was the New Jersey Monthly from yesterday morning. Jem got the Birmingham Weekly. And then Knox County WX got the Morristown Weekly. And he called it Last Day of School Edition. Because, yeah, this is around the time when everybody's, getting off of school for summer break and whatnot. So he ended up deciding to get that. And then this is the weekly with the 74250C, the banana radio, plus the HH54. However, the 74250 did not activate. And I guess this is another angle. But with the WR321, the MD329, and the Dream Sky. Yeah, the sirens sound the same. The WR321 failed to activate. And then Carolina Elevators got the Wilmington test with all of his radios.
So is this...
That is a collection that I would barely get any sleep for if just one thing activates. If just one product goes over, I would just wake up and I wouldn't fall back to sleep. Now, this is a severe thunderstorm warning with these radios. Oh, the WR321 severe wasn't even spelled right. Is it even spelled properly?
Because I actually need that tool.
And then Yoshi Fan also got a severe thunderstorm warning from Boston. And then there was my Roblox live show. A mock about all of Peachtree City. Whatever this thing is. And then what's this from May 13th? This was the severe weather outbreak. And then this was a few stuff from Monday. Tried to get whatever he could. And then we have Memorial Day weather conditions, that physical index thing. Top 5 forgotten Nick Jr. shows. The Recom is in stock. That's cool.
Am I not allowed to? Oh. Because.
Yeah, it is. Alright. Okay. So we went back on everything we wanted to go back on here. I'll go ahead and close out Sharp Alert before this, before that drives me more nuts. Alright, so we actually have a little bit of time left here before we totally wrap this up. So we actually have time to check out one more of these custom Yu-Gi-Oh mods. This is a custom version of, it's the Legend Reborn. So it's, yes, Yu-Gi Moto, but with a completely new skin. And yes, that's literally the theme song for Duel Monsters English dub in the main menu. And yes, all the Yu-Gi voice lines have been carried over. The theme song is louder than the Yu-Gi voice clip itself. That's pretty neat that he actually chose the theme song for that. But the single duel, the theme is pretty nice. But you know what else is crazier? The look of the cards. That is exactly how it appears in the anime.
There we go.
That's exactly how the cards appear in the anime. That is what makes this mod even cooler. Oh, there's Fusion Sage. Same effect from the other one. Now, I'll set a card. I end my turn. Well, now I can't attack with anything. Alright, well, since I can't do that...
Oh, jeez.
I end my turn. I'm just gonna keep putting monsters down while that revealing light is active. Preparing for my big move. I activate my spell card. Oh, here comes the fusion. Fusion! Gaia the Dragon Champion. I end my turn. I'll wait till it gets back to me before I do anything about that Dragon Champion. Alright, what can we add? Oh yeah, the Penguin Soldier. These cards have been designed really well. Exactly as they appear in the anime. Alright, now we're going to do Tribute to the Doomed. Yep. What to discard? Yeah, that. And we'll get rid of his Dragon Champion. Can't be! Backup Soldier. And this. Alright, here we go. Yeah, that's the other problem. The reaction thing's been flipped around. That's another difference. That's not present in the original. Oh yeah, let's set this down. And we get to do it again. That puts him down to 1800. Alright, let's see what his move is. Got us with the third eye. Fusion! Well, actually, I know what I'm gonna do. I know it seems a little crazy, but... Oh yeah, flip summon. Yeah. I'm gonna send this monster back. Nope. Let's just end the duel right here, right now. Of course it's not gonna work. You gotta activate Spellbinding Circle. Well, that means I got another monster. Right. It's down to 1050.
Wow. Okay.
I end my turn. Alright, let's see if I actually get to end the duel now. Trap hole! Of course he has that signature trap hole. Your monster's attack triggered my effect. So now we get to discard our whole hands and get 5 new ones. Oh yeah. Let's do it then. Yeah. What was I thinking? That means I get to end the duel now. And that's it. That's the win queue, literally. Not the most exciting, but just bland. That queue has not been changed either. But the background has. Much more than I did. It was a great duel. But we're not done yet. Let's do a match duel since we have a little bit of time left before we're done. Hope you've come prepared, cause it's time to duel! And I'll go first. Yeah. I like the single duel theme better than the match theme on here. On this one. I activate my spell card! He's gonna do the fusion right out of the gate, isn't he? I fuse 2 of my monsters together. Fusion! Oh, there's this Dragon Champion again. I end my turn. Okay, I've got one that's worth more than what he has. Trap hole! Of course he'll use his signature. This one's going to increase my life points.
With this card, I offer a monster on my field as a tribute.
A monster on my field as a tribute. Oh, here's the summoned skull. I'm going to get 1,000 life points back. It's not like it's going to matter anyway, because he's just going to end the duel right then and there.
Oh my god.
Yep, clean sweep on that first game. Yep, that's just as bland as ever, what the losing queue sounds like. This has been changed fundamentally. Yeah, that's been fundamentally changed. I'll start game 2. I'll set down Magic Cylinder and Gemini Elf as my first move.
I activate my spell card. I activate my spell card. I activate my spell card.
Yep, I'm gonna reflect that. Oh no! Magic Jammer to negate a spell. And I'll do the graceful dice. Oh, this will really do something.
I see what you're trying to do. Unfortunately, it's not going to work. I activate.
Mirror Force! There goes that monster. It's gone now. Alright, let's get rid of that.
No, I want to use packet monitor, damn it.
Okay, end turn.
Ah,
The monster soul from the graveyard.
oh my goodness.
I switch it to defense position. I end my turn.
Mystical Space Tycoon. You're going to activate a spell card? Yeah, I'm going to activate a spell card.
Another little bit.
No. I'm not negating a spell. My own spell.
Your monster's attack triggered my effect.
Yep. Discard the whole hands and get 5 new cards. Oh goody, I see Change of Heart in my hand.
Actually, I'm not going to do that. Open file.
I have this card. I offer a monster on my field as a tribute. It's the Summoned Skull.
I just...
Yeah, of course there's no cards to be added.
I end my turn.
I'm gonna go ahead and summon Alligator's Sword, and then do Change of Heart. Oh.
Come on. Open up.
Oh, I'm still gonna do Change of Heart. Yep. I'm gonna bring over his summon. No, I'm not negating that. And here we go, directly.
Okay, but how am I supposed to do this? This is so limited. What the frickin' heck?
I end my turn. This one requires 2 tributes. Backup soldier. Let's play defense for now.
This is ridiculous.
Sure, I'll activate it.
Let me use a different file location, darn it. Oh my
I'll
god.
choose all 3.
Damn. Oh.
I end my turn.
How do I output this file?
Yeah, not chancing it. probably gonna be game over now. Yep, this is gonna be game over. Game and match. Yeah, it's just not as long as the originals. That too from Joey has not changed. The use-lose graphics. That was an excellent duel. I'm lucky I was able to draw the right cards at the right time. So, other than the graphics and backgrounds and everything, the voice clips and everything else from Yugi has not changed in that modification. Well, in that little bit of change. Alright, so yeah, I know we're yeah, here's everything we were playing around with earlier in the show. So let's slow it down and reverse it. Oh gosh. It sounds pretty crazy when it's played backwards. Alright, and then I'm gonna go over here. Oh. It looks like it. Oh, it crashed. It crashed. Segmentation fault. Core dumped. I've never seen that error before. But you know what? I was gonna reset the station. I was gonna reset the station next anyway, so let me find my Thursday list and throw in only up to WGTZ. Oh, and I gotta grab WCKA from here before I forget. Okay.
I don't know if I want to do this.
Actually, I'll keep the Thursday document open just in case anything else changes. But all right, so there we go. All the stuff is in there now for tonight. Oh yeah, oh yeah, that's gonna be a fun file to mess around with. And that file, along with a bunch of others, that's going to be a lot of fun to mess around with. That's going to be a lot of fun to mess around with at a later point. And then this is from last week. Yeah, we only played around with that briefly at the start of this. And then there's this thing. Oh, jeez. The field spell. And then what's this here?
Exit stage right. It's time for the next act.
Exit stage right. It's time for the next act. Exit stage right. It's time for the next act. Exit stage right. It's time for the next act. Exit stage right. It's time for the next act. Exit stage right. It's time for the
That's crazy when it's a shit.
Ladies and gentlemen, please turn your attention toward this duel. Ladies and gentlemen, please turn your attention toward this duel.
Gentlemen,
please turn your attention toward this duel. Ladies and gentlemen, please turn your attention toward this duel. Ladies and gentlemen.
Let's slow it down to 50% now.
Ladies and gentlemen, please turn your attention toward this duel. Ladies and gentlemen.
Let's make it slower. How about 5%? Oh no. Oh. Oh gosh. Oh my gosh. Okay. I am not continuing that.
gosh. Oh gosh.
Wow.
That sounds pretty. It sounds pretty crazy slowed down like that. All right, let's see. We got a couple more here.
Let's rev it up! 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 Let's rev it up!
Oh, jeez.
That's crazy.
Mm.
That
Well, you know what?
that's crazy. Just
I have to see this.
oh, this is where I was at. This is where I was at earlier.
What is this? Oh.
Let's see what else we got here.
Oh wait, Microsoft Windows Wi-Fi. Wait, hold on. What? What's funny?
What's this one?
Trap hole.
Oh no.
Oh yeah, trap hole. Let's start it from the beginning. Trap hole.
Trap hole!
Let's slow it down. 50%.
Trap hole!
5%. Oh no. Gosh. How about 10%? 75%.
Trap hole!
Oh, it's gonna be system.
60%.
Trap hole!
Loud.
Trap hole!
Oh gosh. Alright, that's enough of that. That's enough of that file. What else have we got here? I guess this was the last thing my logger did before it abruptly shut off. But it didn't miss too much else anyway, so I guess that's a good thing. I guess it's a good thing it didn't miss anything else.
Alright. Actually, it's WLAN even now.
Alright. So let's see what final things we can what other final things we can do look at here before we
Alright,
Alright, let's see. Alright, let's see what else we can let's just end it by looking at some other places on Google Maps here before we wrap things up for tonight. Before we wrap things up. Let's see if I don't think any of the Billy Boys pictures have changed much since it closed. Yeah. Not much has changed. Not much has changed. And then here's the Raising Cane's when it was going up. There's the parking lot. It says, "Pardon our crumbs. Raising Cane's coming soon." there's another Raising Cane's further down Cicero.
Okay.
Right here. Right here, there's a Raising Cane's. One, as in one love. Raising Cane's Oak Lawn, one love.
Oh, jeez. This could be a problem.
Closes at midnight. And then we can pull up their website. Yeah, just bring me to the closest one. Cupid's Bow on Cicero. I just want to look at the menu.
I don't know.
Just look at the menu, see what they've got. There's everything that they carry. Fountain drink. Click to find your canes. And then there's all the canes. This is the closest one there is. But yeah, you'd have to go through that in order to see the full menu, which I find a little annoying. But that's because drink selection varies by location. You might find, like let's take High C as an example. And I mean, I explained this several times with Burger King's. Like, you can find High C fruit punch and pink lemonade at the Burbank location, but then when you look at the Oswego location, the only High C flavor they have is fruit punch. And then other locations like the one in Shorewood, they don't even have High C at all. So, and with Portillo's, this actually is the same story. Some Portillo's locations carry High C, others do not.
Oh, wow.
So essentially, it's a hit or miss as to whether you can whether you could find the drink. Yeah, it's a hit or miss essentially as to whether you can find the drink or not. But here's CSX, or the Indiana Hard Belt. We can go back to June 2024. Here's June 2022 when this pool was wide open. October 2019, it wasn't even there at all. So this must have been a newer installation.
Oh, wow. Wow, 274 packets.
And there's a warning sign here. I suppose that was added recently too.
Well, let's see.
There's a look a little bit down the line.
Oh, wow. Still the same. Well.
I think they might have gotten it from Fox Home Center, Bell Tire. My Kids Play. It's an indoor playground place. So this is what the inside of it looks like. And then there's a little arcade. It's a pretty small arcade, of course, considering the demographic. Then here's another arcade. I guess that's part of it, but this is another part of the arcade. Here's another picture of it. Showing all the games. Sincerely, WX. Caught a severe thunderstorm warning on WKRP. And no, I'm not joking. WKRP is actually real now. There was a show named WKRP in Cincinnati. Now there actually is a WKRP in Cincinnati. Except not in the way you think it is.
Okay, here we go.
So that's what this. So. There's that minion game. There's some of the newer titles being added in as of, well, this picture as of January 2024. Here's January 2026 where some of the games were shifted around again. Here's another angle. Let's see what else we got here. This is a big bonus on the Big Bass Wheel. And then what do we got here? All this. We have all of the stuff here. That's an air hockey table. This is their hours. As of December 2023, of course, it's different now. The Body Lab Fitness Center. And it's just a look at the parking lot. From these dots, it's just a look at the parking lot. And that's it. Nothing else. How lame. Oh, here's another Pisons.
Really?
Here's another Pisons. I don't know if this is a. I don't know if this is completely new. I couldn't remember if this was totally new or if this is where Barrel Club was supposed to go. Or maybe this is the site where. Maybe this was the site where Rock and Bruise was supposed to go up.
Oh my god.
Yeah, because I know Rock and Bruise was supposed to go up somewhere along this development. But it never actually ended up opening. But then here's the Barrel Club. Yeah, I suppose where this Pisons is, I believe this is where Barrel Club was supposed to go. Yeah, where Barrel Club was going to go, but I guess they must have pulled out of the project because it was announced during. It was announced in the spring of 2019.
Wow.
Yeah, it was announced in the spring of 2019 as part of. Yeah, it was announced in the spring of 2019 in their State of the Village address that they hosted in February, where a whole bunch of people go out to the Hilton and have breakfast or lunch, and as they talk about new developments coming up. Right there's the Barrel Club. This is Pisons.
Yeah, this is not cool.
So this is Pisons. This is what's here now. So yeah, this is Pisons, and I believe this is where Barrel Club was supposed to go. But then we got the Cooper's Hawk. There's the Marianos. TJ Maxx and Home Goods. That store was actually nearing completion when that thing was announced. But what a transformation this place had been. Here's what it was like in 2009. Right there. Well, actually over there. That's a Kmart. And then here's what it looked like after that Kmart closed. And then it just sat abandoned like it just sat abandoned like that for several years. And then 2015, then came Mariano's. 2017, Raising Cane's came. but then if we go a bit further down the... Yeah, I guess this fountain had been up here for several years. And then there was this place in like 2012. So this was like one of the places that was there with the Kmart. And then the Kmart building was demolished. Mariano's was built on part of the site. This fountain was installed where that auto center previously was. So there are these waterfalls, and then there's this fountain thing in the center that turns on every hour. I don't know what the time interval is of this fountain, but it comes on every so often. But then forwarding the time even more, we will now see there is Home Goods and TJ Maxx. And that's pretty much what stands at the site now. And there's a look at the Barrel Club. Here's the front of it. This is just a restaurant. I've been thinking about giving this place a try, you know, at some point when it opens, but the pandemic had pretty much ruined that idea. But looking at the pictures, it looks like it's more of a steakhouse. Yeah, it's more of a fancy steakhouse or something. And then here's the Central Avenue crossing on the Indiana Harbor. And then down there is Ridgeland. Yep, and then here's Central Avenue.
Looking at street.
Of course we're looking at Street View.
Yeah.
So then there's the separate gate mechanism from the cantilever. Yeah, from the cantilever here. And then this was this was actually the patio location, I believe. My my early dinner came from today. I haven't had this restaurant in quite a while. I haven't had the patio in a while, so I would love to go back and have it again. Well, I had it again today, but I don't know if I'd want to have it again. But maybe. But I do know what I want to have again. Culver's. I certainly haven't had this place in a good while. Especially since now they carry the High C drink along with other Coke products like they've had Dr. Pepper, but it's like that's a Pepsi product. And I don't think there's any pictures that show the new oh, here we go. June 2022. This is when they were still carrying Pepsi. So this is when they were still carrying Pepsi.
Wow, 38.55.
Now they don't carry Pepsi anymore. They carry Coke products now.
And just still use, it's all the same here. It's unified.
Here's this playground, I believe, that's still standing. And then here's the American Sale store that's nearby. The Hot Spring Portable Spas. Let's see if I can look inside the store. Oh yeah, I can look inside the store. It says this is from September 2017, and it says it looks like there's already Christmas stuff. Wow. Okay, here we go. Yeah, here's some of the hot tubs they were carrying, that this location was carrying in September 2017.
Syndicate.
So there's what. So that's what they look like.
Okay, but how does it know that? Oh.
So there's the checkout lanes there. Yeah, this is a small store. They didn't have any room to put up outdoor displays of pools and stuff. Now, there was one place in Texas that's been catching my attention since I,
Let's see if my computer supports this. Watch out. Okay, there you go. Yeah, I'm just gonna shut this down because H265. All right, we're on there. Wait, Jessica,
yeah.
you still there?
Yeah, I'm
Oh,
still here.
Oh, good. Okay. Weird. Hold on. Okay.
Yeah, here's that. The Brownville and Matamoros Express. The Puente International Bridge, connecting Matamoros, Mexico, and Brownsville, Texas.
That is a weird one.
So this is Elizabeth Street. Fort Brown, Elizabeth Street. International Bridge to Mexico. The Gateway International Bridge. Over the Rio Grande.
Oh, you know what?
Let me see if I could find that, what was it? That Big Bend Hot Spring in Texas. Because there was a option, oh, it's just called Hot Springs, Texas. And Langford Hot Springs is a former resort.
There you go.
There's another port of entry trail between Mexico and the U.S.
Do, but
So let me see if I can find the thing that it's mentioning on this map.
I don't know.
Here it is.
God,
Let's see.
hurts.
Yeah, this I think is it right here. The Langford Hot Springs. if I remember correctly, this was actually one of the clues on Jeopardy today. Yeah, if I correctly, if I remember.
Well,
I was looking to, I was actually looking to try a hot spring near North Cascades, but we never got to that. But we never ended up getting to that point. Let's see if I
I'm
can.
not connected to this.
Yeah, Baker Hot Springs. This is something we never tried. Well, for one, this is farther away, and two, it's closer to the border. But yeah, we never got to try it when we were there.
Sorry if I disconnected again. That was just for switching networks. I'm switching networks. I keep doing some some whatever.
As I know, we were near Bellingham, so.
Okay.
Yeah, it was probably a little too far from our neck of the woods. Or was that something we could have? Or was that something we could have tried? Let's see. Okay, let's see. Blue Lake Trailhead. Yeah, here we go. This was that 2-mile trail that we were totally exhausted after. In fact, I was so exhausted after that, I felt like going swimming in this cold water. But yeah, definitely something I did not ever try. But yeah, we would have had to go down this. In fact, the Baker Hot Springs would have been just a bit down this road.
Yeah.
In Rainbow Falls. Could have checked it out. I mean, I brought it up when we first planned the trip. When we first planned our 2025 trip, I brought it up. But then I guess later on it got thrown out, and we never actually ended up visiting. Which I'm a little disappointed about, but that's the way things go with trips. But yeah. Alright. Yeah, considering we still have a lot more time, let's go ahead and see what other Dell Optiplexes there are lying around on eBay.
Yeah.
And that will be the last thing we look at here before we wrap things up. Here's an Optiplex 5060 micro with an 8th generation i7 processor inside of it. There's a 7070 micro with a 9th generation. Right there, D-Pro i7 9th gen. Here's what it looks like on the back. Yep, 2 display ports, no HDMI. And that's the power cable that came with it. Here's a Micro 7000 with a 12th gen i7. And then here's a 5080 small form factor. 7080.
Oh.
This one was refurbished. I can see. Of course, there's no Wi-Fi included. Now, I've actually been looking at earlier. I've been looking at Dell Precision small form factors. Optiplex. That's the compact model. Optiplex 7010, 3450 small form factor. Here we go. Now, if I pull up the machine on Dell's website, 3450 small form factor, and then manuals and documents. You look at setup and specifications. You go down to operating system. Well, this is one thing. This is all supports. And then storage is actually what catches my attention the most. I can put 2 NVMe SSDs and up to 2 2.5-inch drives. So I could do that if I so choose. Now where does it show? Now where does it show a diagram of the motherboard? Oh, it's probably it's going to be under service manual. System board layout. And then this is the picture diagram showing where everything is on the motherboard of this computer. So you can see everything's labeled in number order, 6 being M.2 solid state, 13 being another M.2 solid state, and then there's SATA 1, SATA 2, SATA 3, and then we have a 3440, with no hard drive inside, but this is what it looks like inside of it. And of course we can change the model to 3440 small form factor, and then setup and specifications. And then storage. This only supports 1 M.2 SSD and up to 2 2.5-inch hard drives. This is exactly like my Inspiron 3670 PC, which supports only 1 M.2 SSD and up to 2 2.5-inch drives. So pretty much in terms of storage for that PC, I've maxed it out. I've maxed it out in terms of storage offerings. There's this Optiplex 7080 tower, Precision 3440. This is a 3430. So the 3430 manuals and documents, service manual. Go to and system board. There's no system motherboard layouts. Yeah, sometimes on these other PCs they're labeled very differently than the newer ones are. So motherboard layout, system board layout, same thing. So looking at this particular model, you can only put 1 M.2 SSD. I can only install 1 M.2 SSD, and I believe I can put 2 SATA drives, but let's take a look. But there isn't really any information about specifications. Yeah, it doesn't give much information. Doesn't give much information about this model. Yeah, that's really all it's going to give me, isn't it? Alright, let's see what else we got. Octoplex 7000. There's a 3430 again. It's 3440. Octoplex 9020, 3090 micro. Oh, here's a 3240 compact, which, as I've seen, you can put 2 NVMe drives and one 2.5-inch drive in there. Sort of like with the modern day micros. 3450. This was one we were looking at already. 3450 again. 5090. Vostro. 3710, 12th Gen i5, 1 terabyte NVMe, 11 Pro. This is a Vostro small form factor, and I don't think there's a Vostro Micro either. Be nice if there were, but there isn't. And then what else have we got? We'll go to page 2 now. We have, let's see, 3450, 7060, 5090, 3260 compact. I remember reading one precision listing that had the option to put, like, what, 3 NVMe drives in there?
Alright, Joseph, I'm gonna get going.
Alright. Yeah, I could tell how tired he was.
Yeah, I'm tired right now. Alright, see ya. Bye-bye.
Yeah, I'm tired too. In fact, we are actually way past our closing time here. All right, so let's take a look at a few more of these. So let's take a look at a few more of these precision PCs before we wrap things up here tonight. So let's see what we have. 3430, 3460. I think that was the one. So it seems like it gets better and better with each and every one. So manuals and documents, setup and specifications. I think this is the one I was reading. Aha! This is the one I was reading. The Precision 3460. This is the one that gives us the option to put 3 M.2 SSDs into the machine, as well as 2 2.5-inch drives. So pretty much I can max out the storage on it if I so desire. So, if I get my hands on this, I mean, I think this is $200. Oh wait, wrong one. Where is it? Oh, I never even opened it. I opened it up. Yeah, there we go. But hey, I mean, look at it. A 3460, 12th gen, and all this stuff. That I think is a pretty good price for a PC like this, even though it's used. I mean, this is pretty cool. I mean, a PC where I can actually put 3 NVMe drives in there. So, I mean, yeah, this is a ultimate powerhouse in terms of storage. And then there's actually more to it too, in terms of memory. This is DDR5. The max I can go is 64 gigabytes, but of course there are limitations, based on the motherboard and stuff. But yeah, that's enough of that. Toward this duel. Oh my gosh. Oh my gosh, that's so fun. Alright, but yeah. Like I said, we are way past our closing time here, so at this point, we're going to go ahead and wrap things up here for tonight. So, of course, before we go, of course, I gotta thank Tom and Ben for, of course, being good members of our show as always. We always enjoy having them with us for Wednesday show like this. So, of course, we'll have them back again next week when we do this again. And this time we will archive some of these recordings. Because, I mean, doing all that, you know, just the Audacity window, it's not that exciting. It's more exciting when Talking Ginger's talk when the Ginger program is running right next to it. But I guess that's how it is. Because, I mean, I set that up with the local account and it's Windows Pro, so it's not like that matters. So yeah, say goodnight to Tom and Ben, and we'll have them back on next week's show as we usually do. And of course, I want to thank all of our special guests who have joined us throughout the course of the day today. The Lembine was just with us for a majority of the time, much longer than I originally anticipated, but I guess that's really how it is. Yeah, the Lembine was with us. Who else was with us? Brian Schlipp, I think, was with us very briefly. Dimitri was also with us very briefly. Andrew Dernok, of course, was with us. So, yeah, a good selection of guests who joined us throughout the day today for today's show. I really enjoyed those Yu-Gi-Oh modifications, those Yu-Gi-Oh mods. I really, really enjoy them. In fact, I really enjoyed the audio clip selection. I really, really enjoy it. So I'd say, are these gonna, you know, totally replace the originals? No, but I find these newer versions, you know, a bit more nicer in terms of the voice clips, you know, in the, you know, at the beginning and at the end of a duel, single duel or match duel. Let's see. Jaden and Yuya, I think, are the nicest out of all of them. Yusei, some nice words. Yuma, I don't know. He's crazy, but I'd say Jaden and Yuya were the best in terms of, you know, providing, you know, kind words after a game and whatnot. Unlike Joey, Kaiba, and Yugi, after losing a duel, really, but well, Yugi sometimes, but Kaiba is just crude and amateurish, I would say. But yeah, Kaiba's a little. I'd say Kaiba is the crudest one out of, you know, all of them. Joey, not so much, but sometimes. So. But yeah, that's. So yeah, I really enjoyed those, but of course I'm looking to get a full virtual machine set up. But in fact, I'll carry those mods over to my main virtual machine at back at home. But yeah, those were a lot of fun. I look forward to playing those again. And I believe WCKA tested already. Yes, it did. And already some errors. And KPCC also tested. So I'll go ahead and pull both of these off and reset it. So let me take a moment, pull these two off and reset. And there we go. All right. So before we end things off here, I do want to remind you all one more time. I'll remind you all one more time about how tomorrow is likely going to play out. Because of an unexpected change in plans, currently at the moment, it is being anticipated that we will be starting our backyard baseball game much later than we normally do. But considering the fact that Trivial Pursuit and Scrabble are still all new, despite the fact that those two shows are still all new, And they probably will still be all new for a little while. I don't know how many episodes they've actually, ordered for a season, for a second season of both of them. Probably 20 most likely. So we'll probably get 5 more weeks of both shows, and then I think that will be the end of it. So that'll be the end of both of those on the CW for now. So won't be dealing with those for much longer. Yeah, for much longer, but we're getting close to the end of the season of both of them. But yeah, then we'll see how the summer plays out. So with that in mind, and considering tomorrow's circumstances, I did say that Playfield TV and WPLD could be off the air for an extended period of time tomorrow. Because they have an unexpected change in course of events. So it's very likely that I'll probably be spending Thursday night making up all those shows. So that being Perfect Line, Flipside. No, not Flipside. I took care of both Flipsides. So very likely then. Oh, the Flipside episode from Monday. I had yet to see that. So, yeah, Flipside from Monday, the Perfect Line from Monday. What else? The Perfect Line from the past couple days, including tonight, and Jeopardy from Thursday, and Scrabble, Trivial Pursuit. So I think with that in mind, I'm probably not going to be able to do the backyard baseball game tomorrow. So at this point, I'm looking to instead do it on Friday at 5 p.m. So as such, we'll do it as a doubleheader. So we'll do a backyard baseball fun night show doubleheader. So we'll start the baseball game at 5, and then we will do the fun night show following it at 7 p.m. as we normally do. So that is how we are going to play things out over the next 48 hours. I was not expecting these changes, but at the same time, I kind of was thinking that this was going to be whatever kind of scenario it was going to be, I would end up in, but that we would end up in this possibility. But yeah, unfortunately, that's how things go sometimes. And but again, I do want to apologize for any inconvenience that this is going to cause in advance. But of course, I want to thank each and every one of you for your understanding, as to the coming changes to our schedule. But there was also one more thing I forgot to mention. With this in mind, there's a possibility. It's very likely then that we will not be able to air the new episodes on Plainfield TV tomorrow. But that's all right, because we're going to push them. We'll push them to the next day, and we'll air both Thursday and Friday shows at the same time. Well, we're going to air we're going to combine both days of the episodes in one showing. So, we'll air the new program showcase, and Backyard Baseball will follow, then the Fun Night show. So that's how it's looking to play out over these next couple days. So that's how it's looking to play out over these next couple days. But with that being said, ladies and gentlemen, that is it for us here tonight. Thank you all for joining us here for another fun-filled Wednesday, although it quickly changed gears, a little bit towards the end. But regardless, I enjoyed it. I enjoyed showing those Yu-Gi-Oh! Mods and everything like that. And I'm absolutely looking forward to featuring all 7 of those duelists in my upcoming Yu-Gi-Oh! Power of Chaos PC game series, which, as I said, I'll begin production on next year. Although I was thinking maybe spend the spring filming the entire season, or possibly early on in the fall. Maybe film it this fall, as early as this fall possibly. I don't know, but we'll feature these Yu-Gi-Oh! Mods from time to time, and maybe eventually we'll find a permanent time slot for this. Find a permanent time slot for a show like this. So But yeah, well, I'll think about it. But yeah, as I've said, I'll think about it. I'll think about it. As time goes on, as we continue showcasing these mods more and more. But yeah, so we'll see how next Wednesday plays out. But of course, I'll showcase the other mods on that Wednesday too. So I showcased the Legend Reborn. I'll showcase the other mods as well on next week's show, or possibly the Weekend Fun and Game show this weekend if there is time. But we will see how it plays out and what else I've got planned. So yeah, again, thank you all for joining us tonight. Thanks again to our special guests who've joined us today. And we will see you very likely Friday for our Backyard Baseball Friday Fun Night Show doubleheader with Backyard Baseball at 5 p.m. and then the Fun Night Show at 7. So we hope you'll join us for both of that. But until then, I'm Mr. Planfeld, and we wish all of you a very pleasant good night.